Welcome back to Avenches and to Switzerland as we look forward to the final day of competition here on the sixth leg of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup. What a brilliant 3 days of competition we have had so far, and the scene is very much set for this French team to top the podium. 115.5 is their two-phase score coming into the final day, led by Raphael Cochet Difta de Verly, who are actually sitting in second on the individual standings as well, ahead of the home team who topped the podium here 12 months ago. They're within 2 fences, or just over 2 fences behind the leaders, France, Melody Yona, Nadjaminda, Roxane Gonfar, the 3 that we'll see forward to keep an eye on their scores. Belgium have been on the podium in every single one of the 5 legs of the series so far. Can they make it 6 in a row? 133.3 their total, only just ahead by 5.9 penalties, just over a fence, of Italy in 4th. Evelina Bertoli, Matteo Orlandi, Fosco Gerardi and Susanna Bordoni ahead of Spain in 5th, 145.3. They were brilliant in the cross country yesterday. 4 clear rounds from 4 riders, just plenty of time penalties which really had their mark on the leaderboard. The Netherlands in 6th at the moment. They would dearly love to climb a couple of places on the leaderboard to pick up big series points. Sanne de Jong and Meryl Blom-Holzmann, the pick of the 2 Dutch riders cross country yesterday. Austria down in 7th, 215.5 their overnight score. Leah Siegel, Cupido P, well placed inside the top 10, definitely one to look out for in today's jumping. And then it wasn't to be for the British team. They had 2 of their riders not complete, and so out of the team competition. But Hector Payne Dynasty rose from 43rd after dressage to 6th overnight after the cross country. This is confirmation of how the team standings look at the moment. France, Switzerland, Belgium. Will that be the podium in a couple of hours' time? We'll watch this space because it is all about to unfold in front of our very eyes. This is the order in which competitors will come forward, in the reverse order of merit in terms of individual standings. And so the combination in the lead overnight will be the last to show jump. That will be Felix Vogue and Deo de Lucien, 32.6, our overnight leaders, but plenty of big names in there, certainly ones to look out for. This is the top 10 coming in reverse order of merit. And a couple of bits of news to bring you. 2 withdrawals overnight, and Fuad Merza and Nadjaminda, Akila B and Signor Medicott will not be coming forward. So the time allowed, 88 seconds in the show jumping. Sunny, cloudy as things stand at the moment, a light breeze, and this really big, impressive arena here is where the final show jumping phase will take place. We're just a couple of moments from the off now. 1.25 meters is the height of these fences. But the technicality and the difficulty certainly there, and we're looking forward to seeing, of course, how horses will come out, having been cross-country 6.5, 7 minutes of Mike Etherington-Smith's cross-country track yesterday, and then they've gone through the final horse inspection this morning before presenting to the final show jumping phase. Lots to look forward to in the next few months. The FEI Eventing European Championships taking place in Haradepin in a couple of short weeks in France, and of course lots more in terms of the Nations Cup series as well, because the next leg taking place in Bromont in Canada. That is the 10th through to the 13th of August, and the following week we head to Arville to Belgium, 17th through to the 20th of August. The season finale, the last leg of the year, 5th through to the 8th of October, Boekelo in the Netherlands. And one team will book their ticket to the Olympic Games in Paris next year. The highest placed team in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series, who have not yet qualified, will secure their ticket. And it will certainly, I am sure, go down to the wire. 2 tickets on offer at those European Championships, which you'll be able to watch live on Clip My Horse. but then still one on offer. Teams that have yet to qualify include the Belgian team, who lead the Nations Cup standings at the moment. The Netherlands, Italy, Spain, Austria, all bidding for team qualification. The Nations Cup eventing standings at the moment, 440 points for Belgium out in front ahead of the Netherlands, 325, Italy 310, Spain 290. Now, we get our first opportunity to take a look at this show jumping track. Sylvain Rossier, the course here, 88 seconds, as I say, the time allowed, 0.4 of a penalty for every second or part second over the time. Melody Yona will be the first to get Sapage de FEI. The first rides for Melody. And there's plenty to ask of these combinations. 62.7 is their score. 4 penalties to add if they had a rail down. So far, so good. It's a long distance there to this combination. Oh, and actually just misread the distance coming out. It's on the 2 strides and just chipped in a third, which unfortunately didn't work for them. So 1 pole down for Melody so far. Melody, who's selected for Switzerland for those European Championships in Harada in a few weeks' time. Yorks are at 8, unfortunately, going as well. So it's rather unravelling as we head towards the end of their round, unfortunately. We'll keep a close eye on that time, 88 seconds. I think that's gone as well. So 16 jumping penalties to add. She comes down over the final fence, sneaks just inside. So that does actually mean she was only 0.02 of a second inside the time. 88 was the time allowed. So that will mean that actually won't change. We'll talk about that in a second. 78.7, 4 fences down for Melody Yona. And it will be her total score. We'll see her a little bit later on as well. Yeah, so I was just saying about the time. So the time, 88 seconds, that was where it just went wrong coming out of the combination at 5. 88 seconds, and the ground jury can review that, but they can only tighten it if within a distance of whoever has jumped within that. So because she is only just around 88 seconds, make it any tighter, because otherwise she'd have picked up a time penalty, and therefore that wouldn't be fair. So Andreas Riedel next to come forward, the first of the Austrian members down, 98.1. Just looks like, I think possibly a fence has blown down in the wind, because he's interrupted his round. And see again, he's just pointing over his shoulder. Unfortunately, that is a bit of an interruption. They'll have taken the time for him. So the ground jury will be sat in alongside the team in the show jumping judges. And so they'll have taken a time for him to be disadvantaged in terms of time, but it does rather flow somewhat. So back up and running after that interruption. And 1 pole down so far as he comes through the combination at 5. The course designer electing to have the treble combination as well as one double combination. We've seen a bit of a trend recently, like we did in Protoni last year, where we've had 3 double combinations instead. Planks do go, unfortunately. So Andreas Riedel, 2 fences down. He was absolutely thrilled with his cross-country performance yesterday. Jumped a clear round, just picked up time penalties. But a Nations Cup debut for him. And he comes round to the final fence. Pops over the last. We'll wait for confirmation on that time because, of course, his round interrupted with the wind. 2 rails, 8 jumping penalties to add. The first went, and the 7th as well. That's the fence that's just after the triple bar. The planks, we see go there. A little bit of a shake of his head. He's disappointed with that. But there is, at the moment, 4 time penalties to add as well. That gives him a total of 110.1. Now we turn our attentions to Carla Brunner. Carla, representing Switzerland as an individual. Brookwood Super Sable, the horse on whom she comes forwards. They come forward on 83.2. Just had 1 run out yesterday at the second of the Potter's Hedges at 6 on an otherwise very good round. Sylvain Rossia, the course designer here. Yet to see a clear round from our first few riders. Of course, still a long way to go. Really athletic through the treble combination. And keeps moving down to these planks. This has been a bit of a bogey fence so far, but jumps that really nicely. The Swiss National Championships taking place here this weekend as well. Felix Vogt, leader in the individual competition, also, of course, leading the Swiss national title championship class as well. Brookwood Super Sable absolutely jumping brilliantly in there. There's only an 8-year-old mare, but what a talent. And I'm sure Carla will be absolutely thrilled with that. You can see just what it means. A clear round, very, very comfortably inside the time. 83.2 is her total. And that is clear round number 1. I think Carla will be thrilled with that, particularly because this mare, only an 8-year-old by Tolinar, was Irish bred. And a big weekend for them. And a big weekend, finished very, very well. Now we turn our attentions to the first of our riders from Italy competing as an individual. It is Andrea Cincinnati and Cecilia Ladd. Making the early part of their round look very comfortable. And popping through the combination at 5, the treble combination, the 1, then the 2 strides very easily before they swing back left to this triple bar. Really clever piece of course designing this, because he asks riders to just open up the triple bar, but then they've got to sit back and be really careful over the planks. So one rail does go. 4 penalties, remember, for a fence down. The time again, 88 seconds, looks pretty comfortable. We've, actually I say comfortable, he's not going to be that comfortable as he comes down to the last and actually just picks up a couple of time penalties. So 1.2 time penalties for being 3 seconds over the time. Frustrating time penalties, I think, for him, Andrea Cincinnati, Cecilia Ladd. So 1.2 in terms of the time penalties. But otherwise, a very good round for just 1 fence down. 5.2 in total. As next to come forwards, it will be the second of our Austrian team riders, Robin Erkinger, and Highlight 9. Highlight 9, a 12-year-old by Hertentans, owned by Marion Erkinger. Jumped a brilliant clear round yesterday. Just a good handful of time penalties, 36 to be exact, so they come forward on 75.9. Ooh, unfortunately, that rail at 4 does go. Sat really patiently through the combination. And he just didn't quite get the distance he would have wanted to those planks, which gives him fence down number 3. So this is a counting score for the Austrian team. The team rotation of riders coming forward within the individual classification, which are running in reverse order of merit. 4 down so far as he comes down to the last 16 jumping penalties. Going to be tight on time, but should sneak inside. So at 93.1, 16 to add in total for Robin Erkinger and Highlight 9. And that will drop him a few places on the leaderboard as well, some 4 places on the leaderboard. Melody Jonas, Sapage de Fay at this very early stage is the clubhouse leader, 79.9, but still a little way to go. Plenty of fences falling. The only clear round, Brookwood Super Sable, Carla Brunner for Switzerland as things stand. But now, what can this lady do? It is Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer and Formidable 62. This is a 9-year-old competing at the 4-star level for the very first time in her career. Lara jumping out of order because she's got another ride, Huni Darville, a little bit later on as well. Actually in 27th place overnight on 52.3. Lara was absolutely thrilled with this mare in the cross country yesterday. A super clear round, just a few time penalties to add. Formidable 62, looking really keen. It's so wonderful to see these horses coming out on the final day. Although it's a short format competition, they are actually jumping after they've been cross country. So they've all passed through the horse inspection this morning in front of our ground jury. .88 seconds, remember the time allowed. She just has the last to go, so she's very comfortable on the clock. down to the last. And formidable, 62, looks a formidable force for the future. What a really smart young mare. And it is clear round number 2, as I say. Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer, 52.3. That will be her total score. It is, in fact, actually, the second part of the treble combination. We're going to see it here in a second. Did actually go. So, beg your pardon, that is 1 pole down. So 56.3 her score. But still looking like a really, really smart young horse for the future. And that will see them drop just a couple of places on the leaderboard. They will be 29th or better. So now we turn our attentions to the first of the Spanish team riders, Marcel Perot-Patau, Volney de la Trabal. They were very good in the cross-country yesterday for the Spanish team. First fence, another to just knock the first. The Spanish team put in 4 super clear rounds cross-country, just a few time penalties to add. 18.8 was the total for this combination yesterday. Really big horse, needs to sit up now, respect the planks. And actually got in quite close to them, but the horse was really careful. You can see wanting to leave the fences up this horse, but just not quite able to get the legs out of the way all of the time. So it's 2 poles down as they come round to the final fence. And the last goes as well. Really frustrating for the last to go inside the time. So 12 jumping penalties to add for the Spanish team, Volney de la Trabal. And actually, they were the drop score for the Spanish team. So that does still mean the Spanish team their score is unaffected, 145.3 at the moment. As we start to get into those team riders coming forwards, we'll be able to give you updates on how the scores are standing. And actually, now it is Roxane Gonfin, the drop score for the Swiss team, Galaxier du Filion, who are next to come forwards. And actually, the time looks like it has been revised to 85 seconds. So 85 seconds is the time allowed. And unfortunately, looks like that round has been interrupted also. Roxane Gonfin just coming back round to restart now. I think the wind is rather causing havoc with some of those show jumps. Not making life easy at all for the team on site, and for the riders, in fact, it should be said as well. Clear of 8 and still on a clear round, although 1 pole looks to have gone at 8. A late falling rail just out of our sight, I think. Ooh, she did very well actually to get through that combination clear, because just very, very tight. But she clears the last and kicks on through the finish. So Roxane Gonfart and Galaxier du Felion, 71.1 is their total score. And that is just for one pole down. So, next to come forward, it is Gert Jan Heinen for the Dutch team with Goliath. The Dutch team currently sitting on a score of 152.8, but this is at the moment a drop score for the Dutch team. He's in 41st place overnight. Had a really, really good cross-country round yesterday. Just a very late 11 penalties out on course. They were one of a good number, actually, to break the MIM clip on the rail going into the final water, the inner water at 23. So 11 penalties, but 20 time faults. But it had been a really, really good round, and he was absolutely thrilled, and so he should be. Not overly experienced at the level. This 12-year-old Goliath is being produced up the levels by Gert. .3 their score coming forwards. It's a tricky line from 2 to 3. Sylvain Rossier, the course designer here in Avenches. Did a good job waiting for that distance down to the treble combination. Really interested to see how the clock plays out here, because he doesn't look like he's going that quickly. The time allowed is 85 seconds. That has been slightly revised. And again, just looking at that clock, he's on a clear round, but the time is going to play its part in the show jumping as well. 0.4 of a penalty for every second over, but a really smart clear round for Gert, and it'll just be a handful of time penalties to add for him. The last fence did actually go. It was out of our shot, but the last fence went, so 4 jumping and a couple of time, 6 in total, 5 seconds over, 70.3 his total score. So we have just got the 1 clear round thus far. That came from Carla Brunner and Brockwood Super Sable a little bit earlier on for Switzerland. Now it is the turn of Pietro Maialino, Firandel de Mera. Pietro absolutely thrilled with this mare cross country yesterday. in 40th place overnight, 28.4 time penalties yesterday, but a brilliant clear round. She's only an 8-year-old, owned by Francesca Ferro, by the wonderful sire Upsilon. And interestingly, having just seen Gert's round and now looking at Pietro as the second part of the combination does go actually, but he's just that little bit more quick across the ground. Oh, interestingly, just got a little bit unbalanced, disunited in the canter coming down the line to the planks, and just got in very, very tight, which meant the mare couldn't get her front legs out the way. And so that has gone as well. So 2 rails down as things stand at the moment. They come down the final line. 15 seconds on the clock still. I think that first part of the combination went too. So 12 jumping for Pietro Maialino as he clears the last. And there's going to be some time penalties in there as well. So Firandel de Mera, 12 jumping and 1.2 time, 13.2 in total, 77.2. Show jumping proving really influential here this afternoon. That was just where they ran into difficulty at the planks. She's very, very clever with her back end, but just wasn't quite able to get the distance in front of the fence that she needed. Next to come forwards, it is GRC Shiraz, Irish-bred 10-year-old by Arkansas. Comes forward with Federico Sacchetti, riding as individuals for Italy. 61.1 is their score coming forwards. Combination who were very impressive in the cross-country yesterday. 8.8 time penalties and a really frustrating 11 penalties for a frangible device. That was again at the rail going into the water, which just plummeted them right down the leaderboard because it was a quick round. A little bit down on the clock at the moment, and adds a stride going to the planks but leaves them up. Big horse with a big stride. The water tray is gone. And the time is certainly, I think, going to play its part as well. Just needs to be careful coming round to the last, as he adds an extra stride in there. And indeed, the time is proving to be a real question in this show jumping this afternoon. One fence down, but some time penalties as well. 67.1 in total, 2 time penalties. 67.1, as I say. That's good enough to put him in second on the live leaderboard as things stand. Still a long way to go, though. And GRC Shiraz, Federico Sacchetti, adding 6 penalties to their overnight score. So next to come forwards, it is another rider for Italy, competing as an individual, Martina Christin and Crispy 20. 61.0 their score coming forward. Clear cross country yesterday, just 24.4 time penalties. really nicely through the treble combination. Needs to be a bit careful of the clock again, I would say. If you come out of the combination on that corner and you're about 38 seconds, you're a couple of seconds behind where you would need to be. And again, just taking a half vault before the planks. The horse was very clever there. So clear jumping thus far. The upright at 10 goes though after the water tray. So 4 jumping penalties to add at the moment. And the time is going to, as we thought, prove to be a little bit influential as well. Comes down to the final fence. Clears it, so 4 jumping penalties. But there'll be a good handful of time penalties there for Martina Christa. And Crispy, she's round in 96.03. So that is going to be another 4.4 time penalties to add. 69.8 drops her 1 place on the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. Well, if you're just tuning in to us here in Avenches, the final show jumping phase well underway. Running in reverse order of merit. So the last to go will be Deo de Lucien, Felix Vogue, our overnight leaders. The team riders coming forward throughout the competition as well in that individual classification reverse order of merit. So we'll keep you updated on how the team plays out as we reach the conclusion of this, the 6th leg of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup for 2023. Now the turn of Trésor de la Loge with Matteo Luciani, 59.0. Their score coming forward to the show jumping phase. Clear cross country yesterday, 24.4 time penalties to add. And again, looks like the wind is playing its part. Really doesn't make life straightforward for the riders. They've got to have their wits about them. The horses sometimes can be a little bit confused as to why their round has been stopped. You can just see there the team, that's the big oxer at 8. Team just very quickly making sure it is rebuilt. But the time has been stopped and the ground jury will be monitoring that very, very carefully. So he will be restarting his show jumping round in just a second. Trésor de la Loge. And the weather just not making things straightforward. It's a fairly brisk old breeze out there. And we've seen a couple of rounds so far interrupted. But what do? You've got to just keep going. One thing we can't control is the weather. Comes round fence 4 now, so this is the combination at 5 and that middle part does go. Planks as well. So 2 down as things stand. Oh, saw a distance that wasn't quite there off the corner, unfortunately. Lovely forward shot to the big upright at 10. I think his time looks to be okay. through the combination on one stride, and just the last to go. So 3 down as he comes down to the final fence. Matthew Luciani and Trésor de la Loge, 12 jumping penalties in total for them. So that gives them a total score that will drop them a couple of places on the leaderboard. 71.0, their total drops them 4 places from those that have already jumped. That last rail, actually the one that proved most expensive, because that dropped them all 4 places. Otherwise they would have held their position even with 2 down. So now it is the turn of Elodie Sautenay and Fendi P. They come forward on 58.9. 13-year-old by Diorado, owned by LD alongside Marc Saumont. They were thrilled yesterday with their clear round in the cross country. .58.9. She can hold her position with a couple of fences down even. But of course, a clear round is few and far between, so if she can jump a clear round, then that will really see her move up the leaderboard. A little bit quicker than we've seen a couple. So about where she wants to be in terms of time. So far jumping really, really well, Fendi P. Ah. Oh. Unfortunately, things just unravelling slightly at this stage of their round. Both 9 and 10 have gone. The time looks to be okay. Can't afford to waste too much time coming round to the last, and actually took quite a wide line to the final fence, so we'll sneak a time penalty or 2 as well. 2 fences down, 8 jumping, and 0.8 time penalty, 67.7 for Elodie Sautenay and Fendi P. They actually just dropped below GRC Chirin's Federico Sacchetti. So real shame actually, because the first half of their round was going so well, and it was just down that penultimate line. But unfortunately 2 rails came in very quick succession. Now we turn our attentions to the combination from Ecuador. Nicholas Vetstein and Myers Happy. Quick round yesterday. In the grand scheme of things, 10.8 time penalties was pretty quick. But unfortunately another to have had the MIM device at the final water, so 11 jumping penalties sees him on a score of 58.8. Combination that are unbelievably experienced, represented Ecuador at the World Championships in Protoni. Nicholas represented Ecuador for a good number of years now. He's actually born to a Swiss father and a French mother, but has been a real pathfinder for the sport for Ecuadorian athletes. He's on that score, remember, 58.8. The third does go. And the time as well, Definitely a little bit slower. If he was looking to go inside that time allowed of 85 seconds. So just on the 4 faults at the moment, but the time definitely going to play its part here. Comes round to the last. Ooh. And the last goes too. So it'll be 8 jumping and 2 time penalties, I think, for Mares Happy and Nicholas Vetstein, which will be 12 to add in total. 68.8. His total score. So the clubhouse leader is Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer, formidable 62, 56.3. But actually, we've still got Julian Despontin, who could just go in behind Lara before those that can go ahead of her, because she jumped out of order. She's got another ride, Julie Darville, to ride a little bit later on, so jumping out of order with the first of her 2 horses. The team here in Avenches have done a wonderful job in putting together a really, really world-class competition over the last few days. Avenches, such a brilliant addition to the FEI international eventing calendar. They hosted the European Championships in 2021. And we, of course, are looking forward to the Europeans in just a few weeks' time as well. Harada plays host to the 2023 edition. But I think it was only 2020 that the event first held an international competition. So really a relatively new edition, but has since become a very established event on the calendar. They're well used to running equestrian events of a big scale. The Swiss high performance teams do a lot of their work here, being based in Avenches. Come here for a lot of high performance training. They have a race course as well. They have a lot of trotting races too. And the facilities are second to none. They've got permanent stabling, plenty of all-weather arenas, and the ground out there on the cross-country yesterday was very, very well looked after. I think the show jumps are just having the welcome addition of possibly a few sandbags. The wind out there really quite stiff. You can see in the very distance, actually, the tall trees, just how breezy it is. And it doesn't make anybody's life straightforward, the officials, the competitors, the grooms, if things just get a little bit interrupted. And we've had a couple of rounds whereby show jumps further on have fallen down in the wind, and so rounds have been interrupted. Hence a couple of moments while the team just do their work on making sure that the fences are as stable as possible. Let's remind ourselves of how the standings look, because in the Nations Cup event, it is France out in front, 115.5. They've got 2 fences in hand over Switzerland in second. They're on 126.0. Belgium completing the podium at the moment, 133.3. They've got a fence in hand of Italy, who are in fourth, 139.4. Then you've got Spain, the Netherlands, also reasonably in touch with a potential podium finish here. It is quite tight between the top 6, particularly well in touch between 3rd on the podium and 6th. And of course, FEI eventing standings, Nations Cup points are going to be very, very welcomed by those teams, especially who are still looking for Olympic qualification. It is Belgium, actually, who lead the Nations Cup standings at the moment, 440 points for them. The Netherlands, 325 points in second. They took 100 points from their win in Stragon about a month or so ago. And then you've got Italy in third, 310 points for them. Spain in fourth, 290. Actually, they're the only 4 teams that have fielded a team for every single one of the 6 legs so far. France, actually sitting in 6th at the moment, have only fielded a team for 2 legs, but they've won both of them. They're bidding for a hat-trick here this weekend, looking to reverse the fortunes of their 2nd place finish in the team competition here 12 months ago. And what about the individual standings? Well, it is Switzerland's Felix Vogue, Deo de Lucien, who leads the way, 32.6, ahead of Raphael Cochet and Difter de Very, 36.4 in second for France. Christopher Cisse in fourth, Totem de Brassy, 37.5, ahead of Najaminder Top Jobs Jalisco in fourth, and then Felix Vogue and another ride for him in 5th. So that is how things stand at the moment. Very tight at the top, and actually not quite a fence in hand for Felix Vogue over Raphael Cochet, and we've only seen 1 clear round as we head to about a third of the way through this show jumping. That is what the poor team here are having to deal with. The wind just not giving them many opportunities to really crack on with this show jumping, and they're going to do everything that they can to make sure that the fences are as stable as possible. Very, very breezy, frustrating for the officials, frustrating for the competitors, but do you know what? The one thing you can't control is the weather, and to a degree they just have to work to make it as straightforward as possible and with as little disruption as possible. The show jumping course designer Sylvain Rossier from Switzerland has set this track for our competitors today. 85 seconds the time allowed, and it's a technical track. In fact, the time is proving to be very, very influential. We've only seen 1 clear round so far, and that was actually that lady there that we just saw saluting the ground jury, Carla Brunner, Brookwood Super Sable, only an 8-year-old, but my goodness, what an absolute superstar. The round of the day so far for certain in the show jumping, and one that we will be looking out for in the future. The Swiss National Championships taking place this weekend as well, and at the moment it is Felix Vogue out in front, 32.6. He's got a fence in hand of Najaminder in second in that Swiss National Championship, 39.3. Ahead of Robin Godel, Global DHI, completing the Swiss podium, 44.6 at the moment. Robin Godel actually has won the last 2 FEI eventing. He won this class last year, the 4-star here with Grandeur de Lally, but he's won the last 2 Swiss National Championship titles as well. Felix Vogue last won it back in 2020. So this is the first of the Belgian team riders, Julien Despontin and Honey Blue. And you can see the slight frustration from his part, not quite sure what is going on, because he came into the arena, they thought they'd rebuilt the fences, another one blew down. And so 57.2 his score coming forwards, but it looks like we're about to get up and start. I think I saw a plank actually had blown out of the bottom of another fence, so we'll watch this space in a second, but he has started. Julian, who did a good round yesterday. Currently the drop score for the Belgian team, 57.2. Been a big part of the Belgian team so far this year. Unfortunately, the middle part of the combination has gone there. Competed at a couple of the legs so far. planks have gone too. And that is the pesky 8th fence, which has been, I think, the biggest culprit for blowing down in the wind. Doing a good job. Just the middle part of that combination at 5B so far, but the time I think is going to prove tricky for him as well. 85 seconds the time allowed, so 0.4 of a penalty for every second or part second over the time. As he comes round to the final fence. And he pops over it very nicely. So one pole down. The first part of the double combination has gone as well to make it 2 poles down. And there'll be some time penalties to add also. Round in 94.20, so I think 10 seconds, so it'll be 4 time penalties to add to his 8 jumping penalties, giving him 10 in total. Actually, his time just being officially confirmed on the scoring system, as now we turn our attentions to Mathieu Lemoine, the first of the French team riders, competing actually as the drop score as things stand at the moment. Flamenco de Tael, 54.2 his score coming forwards. Only an 8-year-old stepping up to the level for the first time here. And he was in 30th position coming forward to the show jumping. Could absolutely move up the leaderboard with a fast clear. And I say a fast clear because the time is proving really influential. Looks to be a little bit of confusion from him. He's looking round. Has the bell gone? Has the fence fallen? No, I think. He is going to restart. He is going to start his round. He hadn't started it. But you can see the first actually has gone. And that's really frustrating for him. The second looked to have gone as well, actually. Just wait for the scores to confirm that, but certainly from our side, it looked like it was just falling as I think the first, the fence at 4 as well has gone, falling just out of shot. So that is confirmed. First 2 down plus number 4, so 3 down at the moment. For Mathieu Lemoine. The drop score for the French squad as things stand. And now he's really frustrated because it looks like another fence has fallen and therefore his round has been interrupted. And you can just see written on his face, I mean, this is what the team are dealing with. It is so, so difficult for them. I think it might have even been a bit of a gazebo that has blown away. Unfortunately, the weather conditions here in Avenches making life very, very difficult for the team. Mathieu, his round interrupted. There you go. That is the fence that has blown down. Actually, that would have been one of the next fences he would have jumped. That's at fence 9 that has gone. He was just approaching fence 8. You can see his fellow competitors there watching on. The fellow French team members, again, all just trying to understand exactly what is going on, because it is not easy for the competitors. It's not easy for the officials. They're doing as quick a job as they possibly can do, because every time the cups fall off, they've got to double check the dimensions of the fences as well. And the course designer will go in and make sure that he's happy with them also. The technical delegate and the team here, very, very experienced. The ground jury of Anne-Marie Taylor and Nietzsche Atalico Guglielmi. But so frustrating for Mathieu Lemoine, whose round already had started with a little bit of confusion because he'd gone to approach the first fence. And you could see he didn't quite know whether the bell had gone, whether his round was able to start or not. And he did a circle, and then he had 3 of the first 4 fences down. So, Flamenco de Taille, Mathieu Lemoine is going to restart his round in just a second. And this horse, it's only an 8-year-old. Mathieu, massively experienced, was part of the French team that took team gold in Rio. Also team bronze for the French team at the European Championships up at Blair Castle back in 2015. That was a European Championships that certainly battled weather conditions as well. Torrential rain on the cross-country day. In fact, the whole week, it should be said. So, Mathieu Lemoine looks like his round can be restarted with Flamenco de Taille. He's on 3 fences down. The time, we'll wait for confirmation from our ground jury. I think that Oxa, the water tray at 9, has gone also. So coming down to the final fence, the time looks okay as things stand. But unfortunately, 4 fences down for Mathieu Lemoine gives him 16 jumping penalties in total. He was drop score for the French team, so they don't need to count that 16 at the moment. 70.2, but it drops him a good number of places on the leaderboard as well. Drops him about 8 places. And you can see the frustration from him as he comes out of the arena. It is so windy in Avenches, and the wind has really looked to have got up as well during the start of the show jumping. And you can see just appreciates the applause from the crowd there, who really felt for him during that round because it was not easy at all. So, Mathieu Lemoine and Flamenco de Taille have completed their round. And we're just waiting for the next combination to come forwards. It is due to be the first of the Dutch riders that is a counting score for them. Sanne de Jong, Global Fairly Flashy. Sanne, who's been a massive part of the Dutch team over the last few years. But conditions on the final day here in Avenches, not at all straightforward. As you can see, the wind really is exceptionally strong, and it's making conditions very difficult because fences in the arena keep blowing down. We've had a few rounds interrupted while those fences later on in the course are rebuilt. The team on the ground are doing as quick a job as possible, but it does not make things straightforward for them. And again, not straightforward for the riders because, you know, when you're warming up for this level of competition, any level of competition, riders very much have their plan. And they know exactly how long they want to warm up, how many fences they want to jump, all of those things. And actually, when you have delays such as this, it just makes life quite tricky for them. That is the leaderboard of those that have been so far. Jumping in reverse order of merit here on the final day. Lara de Liedekerke-Meyer leads the way with formidable 62.56.3. And actually, Lara still has another ride as part of the Belgian team in the Nations Cup in Huni Darville sits inside the top 15 overnight individually, so she had jumped out of order. Carla Brunner is the only one to have actually recorded a clear round so far. Brookwood Super Sable looks like a real star for the future for her, only an 8-year-old, and came in on the final day and absolutely put in a brilliant performance over Sylvain Rossier's show jumping track. I think a good time to say an enormous shout out to all of the volunteers who work so hard to run events all over the world, not just here in Avenches, not just at any of the other Nations Cup legs that we might see them at, but week in, week out at affiliated and unaffiliated competition all over the globe, because so many people work so hard behind the scenes to run events such as this and events such as Avenches. There'll be hundreds of people who'll give up their time voluntarily in order to help the competition go ahead. And they're a massive part of the eventing community. We absolutely couldn't do it without them. They do a really super job. Tractor bringing reinforcements. Sandbags being used to help weigh the fences down. And they will get restarted as soon as they can, but they're right at this stage to actually take a little bit of time to try and make sure that there is as little disruption as possible, because you're better to have the disruption now and have a 5-10 minute break than to have fences blowing down in the middle of a round, because that just makes it very difficult for the competitors. It makes it very difficult for the teams, and also for those officials that are there trying to make sure that the fences are staying standing. It just does not make life straightforward at all. And as we all know, one thing we cannot control in life is the weather, so you just got to make the best of what you've got, and unfortunately we've got plenty of wind. So the team working really hard to be able to make sure that the competition can get restarted as soon as possible. And I'm sure we will be up and running very shortly. But let's just remind ourselves of how impressive the French were yesterday, because they lead the Nations Cup standings in this class at the moment, 115.5. They were very dominant actually after the dressage as well, just ahead of the Swiss after the first phase. 91.1 was their first phase score. But brilliant fast clear rounds from Raphael Cochet, Difta Devary, from Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy, who sit in second and third individually, and also Maxime Livio with the really exciting looking young horse Joel, 41.6. He sits in 8th overnight, means that they're still in control of this Nations Cup competition. The French actually have only fielded teams at Chatsworth and in Haradajardin in their home Nations Cup league just a week ago. They're the only events that they've actually sent a Nations Cup team to so far this year. But my goodness, when they send a team, they want to be competitive, because they've won both of them. They've been stood on top of that podium. They've had 100 points apiece for each of those wins. So they actually sit in 6th in the Nations Cup team standings, despite us being on leg 6 and only having 2 counting scores for that, because they've been so impressive at both of those. And it is a really exciting time for the French team, because of course those European Championships in Haradapan in a few weeks' time means that we'll be looking forward to seeing how their team can perform there. A home European Championships is a big deal, but a home Olympic Games is something else entirely. And of course Paris Olympic Games coming in just about 12 months' time. That is creeping up on us very quickly. And the French squad, having recently been announced actually for the Europeans, includes Karim Leguarc, Triton Fontaine, Stéphane Landois, Chamon Dumonceau, who actually won the 4-star individual class at Chatsworth, was part of the French team, stood atop the podium at Chatsworth. Guiric Lecons, Esprit de la Loge, who've been massive campaigners for the French team over the last few years. Heloise Le Guen, Canakin de Soudresy, who are a really exciting young combination for France. They've got Gaspard Maxud Zaragoza, who were 6th at the World Championships in Protoni last year. They actually delivered the best ever World Championship finishing score from a French rider, 27.1 I think it was off the top of my head, last year in Protoni. One of only a couple of horses to finish on their dressage score there. And Nicolas Touzon named with both Absolute Golds and Diablo Month, both of whom he rode at Chatsworth in the Nations Cup class, was part of the team, I think, with Absolute Gold. But they both finished individually inside the top 10. Really, really impressive performance from them, and France out in front here. They're ahead of Switzerland, actually, who, again, are coming into a Paris Olympic Games next year in a very different position to how they approached the Tokyo Olympic Games, because they were the team 4 years ago who actually secured their team ticket to Tokyo through the Nations Cup series, and that was a rather last gasp, nail-biting conclusion at Buccolo at the series finale at the end of the 2019 season. But they don't have to worry about that this year, because they secured qualification for Paris last year at Protoni at the World Championships. They were led there by Robin Godel, who had a top 15 finish with Grandeur de Lally. And Robin will be spearheading the Swiss campaign for the European Championships in just a few weeks as well. Backed up by Felix Vogue, who leads overnight here with Deo de Lucien. Brilliant strength and depth, actually, in Felix's squad. He's named with Cartagena or Calero for the European Championships. Nadia Minder, who again we see competing here. Top Jobs Jalisco sitting inside the top 10 individually overnight, is definitely one to watch, and would be one of her three named horses, actually. She's got 3 on the list for Harada. Melody Yona will line up with either Touble de Rouet or GB Keep Cool de Perche, who will be actually jumping, I think, in about 8 or so horses' time. Robin Godel, Grandeur de Lally, the final member of the Swiss team for Harada. But they have been a team on a real upward trajectory over the last few years. They actually finished 4th as a team here in Avenches at their home European Championships, just out of the medals a couple of years ago. And brilliant to see them continuing that trend. Belgium, another team in exceptional form this year. They have been to every single leg of the Nations Cup series so far. They've been on the podium at every single leg as well, which means they lead the Nations Cup standings. 440 points they have on their tally at the moment. But they are one of those teams looking for qualification for the Paris Olympic Games. They didn't qualify in Protoni last year, so they'll have a chance at the European Championships, and then they will have a chance either through this Nations Cup Nations Cup series as well, should they so require it. But they have been working unbelievably hard, led by Kai Stefan Meyer, backed up with a great team of coaches and vets and physios and everybody. It takes a whole village, doesn't it, to create a high performance team. And they've really committed themselves to this Nations Cup series, and they've been very, very impressive, showing real strength and depth, actually, using both their more experienced riders. The likes of Karen Donkers has been a big part of their series. Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer, another of those big names. But also we're seeing some really impressive young Belgian riders coming through, stepping up. The likes of Jarno Verwimp, who was absolutely brilliant for a top 15 finish in Aachen with Mahalia. Really making their mark, and it proves to be very exciting. So if you are just tuning in here, then we do have a small delay because the weather is not making life straightforward at all. Poor lady is doing her absolute best to keep hold of her gazebo, which is doing its absolute best to make a bid for freedom. The show jumping fences are falling thick and fast, not only in the competition but also outside of the competition as well, which means we've just got a couple of moments while the team are working really, really hard to make sure that they are anchored down as well as possible. And we will be up and running as soon as it is safe to do so, as soon as the team are happy that all of the fences are anchored as securely as possible. But word will have filtered back to the show jumping collecting rink. There's the Belgian team just looking on, and we'll be getting an update from their support staff back to the riders that might be jumping fairly shortly to make sure that they can complete their final warm-up preparations as quickly and as easily as possible, because of course everybody's plans are coordinated down to the last couple of minutes, last couple of seconds even, and it doesn't make life straightforward. But that is eventing. Sometimes things don't go to plan and we've got to react and respond accordingly. But it looks like we should be back up and running. And you've got a feel for this lady, for Sana de Jong and Global Fairly Flashy, because she would have been ready to come in after Mathieu Lemoine. She would have finished her warm-up. She would have been prepared. And then news coming through that actually the course needed some attention and therefore just needed to go back to the collecting ring and complete her warm-up once again. But here she comes. It is a really exciting ride for Sana de Jong, a mare that is owned by Global Event Horses. Was a horse that was actually bought out originally by Brian Morrison, who rides for Global Event Horses, but a relatively new ride for Sana de Jong. We saw them a little bit earlier on this season, I think Strigom in the Nations Cup class there. And Global Fairly Flashy, an 11-year-old, was brilliant in the cross-country yesterday. Just a few time penalties, 22 time faults to add, 53.3 her score coming forwards. Was bred by Julie Lawson, by Primitive Fairy Tale, the prolific eventing sire in Great Britain. And they are a counting score for the Dutch team. So the Dutch team on 152.8, but a clear round from Sana de Jong would see them looking unbelievably strong. I think that just went. Yeah, it did. Confirmed that the water tray at 9 unfortunately did fall. So 4 penalties to add so far. The time looks to be okay. 85 seconds is the time allowed. She comes down to the last. Global Fairly Flashy, unfortunately, looks like there's another rail to add for them as well. The first part of the combination goes also. So 8 to add, 61.3. They're comfortably ahead of Austria in 7th on the team standings, but that's just given a bit of breathing room to those teams ahead of them, to the likes of Spain, Italy, Belgium. So Sana de Jong and Global Fairly Flashy, 8 jumping penalties to add for them. That sees them just go in to second place on the live leaderboard, behind Lara de Lieder-Kirkemeyer and Formidable 62. So now jumping out of order, Felix Vogue and KN. They're actually in 5th place overnight on a score of 40.8. But Felix will be last to go with Deo de l'Océan as the overnight leader as well. So not jumping in true reverse order of merit with this horse. KN, unbelievably experienced, a winner at the 4-star level. .8 his score coming forwards. 12.8 time penalties yesterday. Felix never looked to be rushing the horse yesterday. Very much cruised round, and even then it was one of the quicker times of the day. They had a couple of rails down actually. I think it was back in Strigom. The mare making a comeback this year, having had a bit of time on the sidelines. Oh, and the upright at 10 goes. So 44.8. Just drop him down. The back rail of the first part of the combination goes too. So 2 down at the moment for Felix Vogue and KN. I was going to say he should just stay inside the top 10, but that will rather depend now on what happens to those still to go. 48.8 48.8. He sneaks inside the time okay. So 48.8, 2 rails down for Felix Vogue and KN. And that will see him as the one to beat. He will be guaranteed a top 20 finish, but it depends a little bit now on what happens as to how far up the leaderboard he might potentially climb. One would imagine that he's still in with a very good chance of finishing inside the top 10, given the challenges that this course is setting. Just the one clear round so far. Now it is the turn of the very talented young French lady, Marie-Charlotte Fuss Dakota Denath. This is a 10-year-old. Not competing as part of the French team here, just as an individual. And she looked like she really saw a distance to the third, but unfortunately paid the price with the rail that fell. Clever over the planks. So 56.3 is her score at the moment. 85 seconds is the time allowed. She's got 20 seconds to get home, so 3 jumping efforts remaining. Shouldn't be a million miles off in terms of the time. Did a really good job through that combination. Jumping back towards the in-gate. Just needs to watch this final line, because I think a time penalty is going to sneak in there. It has 0.4 of a time penalty to add as well. But just the one rail goes for Marie-Charlotte Fuss. 56.7. Just drops below formidable 62 Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer. So drops 1 place on the leaderboard, goes into 3rd on the live leaderboard. The one to beat at the moment, Felix Vogue KN. The next 8 or so horses that come forward won't be able to go ahead of Felix, because of course he jumped out of order. But now we turn our attentions to Francisco Gavino Gonzalez, Ultra Source del Cerro. And this is going to be a really interesting one for the Spanish team, because let's remind ourselves of where the Spanish team sit. 145.3. A couple of rails for Netherlands. Sana de Jong means that Spain have got a little bit more breathing room. But if they can put in clear rounds here, they're going to really put the pressure on Italy and potentially Belgium ahead of them. And you can see actually really determined not to get a time penalty, and would be 3-4 seconds quicker than plenty that we've seen at that part of the show jumping track. Ultra Source del Cerro, unbelievably impressive in the cross country yesterday. Only a 9-year-old. Just picked up a handful of time penalties, 18 time penalties. Could be on for a top 25 finish here. Are we going to see clear round number 2? This would be a big moment for the Spanish team. Absolutely flies the last, and that is how you do it. And that is what it means. You can just see how delighted Francisco is with that performance. 52.2, clear round for him. But importantly, a clear round for the Spanish team as well. That is a big, big performance from this young man. And it looked absolutely foot perfect as well. He set out looking to achieve that time allowed. Didn't leave anything to chance. And now I think can sit back and watch because he has put the pressure on. He's done all he can do. Fosco Girardi, U40 for the Italian team now. This is one of the counting scores. It's not the counting score, beg your pardon. This is their drop score, the Italian team at the moment. But even so, there would be a little bit of a sigh of relief from the Italian team if they knew that they'd got one score to look upon if they really need it. The Italian team in 4th in the Nations Cup team standings here in Avenches. The upright at 10 goes. And it's a long enough run back, actually, across the arena to that combination. The time looks okay, going to be tight, might just sneak inside. Sneaks inside, so 1 pole down, Fosco Girardi and U40. And actually 1 pole down is not bad going, because we've certainly seen plenty of poles falling throughout the day so far, and that will just drop him below Francisco Gavino Gonzalez, potentially below Melody Yona, GB Keep Cool de Perche as well, who's still to show jump. But the clubhouse leader is Felix Vogue, KN 48.8, ahead of Ultrasource Del Cerro 35, Francisco Gavino Gonzalez 52.2. Now the turn of Janneke Boonschuyr. I'm special N, counting score for the Dutch team. Janneke, who won the 4-star long formats in Babarithco with ACSI Champ de Telain, actually competed for the Netherlands here at the European Championships in Avenches in 2021, rode at the Tokyo Games as well. I'm just looking, I have a feeling they might be doing a little bit of remedial work to the track. If you are just tuning in, then you might not be aware of just how windy it is in Avenches. There have been a number of delays to the competition throughout the show jumping, with fences falling over, and the team have done a really good job in anchoring them down. But it is unbelievably windy. So Janneke Boonschuyr, and I'm special N, just waiting for confirmation that she can start her round. Tense times as a rider. But here we go. Janneke Boonschuyr. Just picked up time penalties yesterday with I'm Special N. Was just outside the top 20 overnight coming into the show jumping. Was in 23rd position, 50.7. The score that she brings forwards. It's been an influential line, this 8, 9 and 10. But she pops through there really nicely. So, will it be clear round number 3? Janneke Boonsky, this would be a big round for the Dutch team. And she pings over the last. That is exactly the job that she needed to get done. Inside the time, 50.7. She gives us our third clear round. A brilliant performance for her individually. We'll see her just sit in second as things stand at the moment. She goes ahead of Francisco Cavino Gonzalez, just in behind Felix Vogue and KN. But cool under pressure. Now, we turn our attentions to Chiara Orsin, Urban Legend Blues. Chiara, just 22 years of age. This is the horse that has given her so much in her career so far. Unfortunately, the first does go, but combination that represented France at junior and young rider European Championship level. And now getting really valuable experience at the 4-star level of competition as well. Pops through the treble combination with no trouble. And I have to say, the lady in charge of making sure the planks don't fall down is doing an absolutely brilliant job. You could just see she's there making sure that the fence stays stable, and then when a rider approaches, she speedily gets out of the way. As we've said, the weather not ideal, but you know what? Everybody working really, really hard to be able to make sure that the competition can continue. As Chiara comes down to the final fence. Gonna be pretty snug on time. Just sneaks inside. So one pole down for her. And that actually will see her just drop a couple of places on the leaderboard. She goes into 4th as things stand at the moment, finishes on 54.5. So Chiara Orsin and Urban Legend Blues completes. And she'll have been really frustrated with that first fence down, because it always feels like a really long way when the first goes, but actually she jumped everything else brilliantly. Jasper Peters now, Jackass PK by Cecondino. Oh, just, you can see, got a little bit disunited in the canter, and the horse really popped his nose in the air, which did not make Jasper's job very easy as they came round to the third. So one rail to add for them so far. Jackass PK came forward on a score of 50.0. Clear jumping yesterday, 17.6 time penalties to add. And the water tray goes as well. Just doesn't make Jasper's life overly straightforward when the nose goes up, but every horse has a different way of going. Competing as an individual for Belgium. The time looks to be okay. And he cuts inside, actually, fence number 8. Just angles the last slightly. Time only just okay. It was a good job he did cut inside. So 2 down for Jackass PK, 58.0. Drops him about 7 places on the leaderboard. As we're well into the second half of the show jumping here in Avenches. A very warm welcome to you wherever in the world you are watching from. Still in the mix of this final classification Accommodations coming forward in reverse order of merit. Another to have the first. Matilda Cruz, coup de tête. Unfortunately, just taking that Oxer at 1 out. Coup de tête. Good clear cross country yesterday. 13.6 time penalties, which was quick enough, competing as an individual for France. Second part of the combination goes as well. It's 4 penalties for every rail that falls. So 8 to add thus far. And she's actually not hanging around in terms of the time. Easily inside the time, just 2 rails to go down, so 8 jumping for Matilda Cruz, and coup de tête sees them on a score of 57.9 and again drops them some 8 places on the leaderboard. The top 3 as things stand would be KN Felix Volk 48.8, Yannick Boonschke I'm Special N 50.7, and Ultra Source Del Cerro 35 52.2. Still a little way to go though. We are heading into the top 20 now. And this is where the team competition starts to get really interesting as well, because this is a counting score for the Swiss team. Melody Yona and GB Keep Cool de Perche on a score of 54.1. Melody just jumping slightly out of order herself because we've already seen her with 1 horse. But it is a counting score for the Swiss team. The Swiss currently on 126.0. Within 3 fences of the French. This one of 2 horses that Melody could take to the European Championships. Okay, so the planks go, which gives France a little bit of breathing room. She can't afford another one for the Swiss team to stay ahead of Belgium. So Belgium will move ahead of Switzerland. And unfortunately, things not quite going to plan for Melody Yona here. 3, 4 down. Those 4 down in succession are really, really costly. 5 down now. And she clears the last. So the time is okay. What is this going to do to the team competition? We'll have a look at that in a second. Actually drops Melody down onto a score of 74.1, which is behind her teammate, Roxane Gonford Galaxier du Feliard. So they'll actually drop the score of Melody Yona now, but isn't going to make huge difference. She can see the disappointment there on her face. So frustrating. And things just unravelled so quickly in the second half of their round. And the horse, unfortunately, just picked up 20 jumping faults. So what does that do for the team competition? Well, it will see France get a bit of breathing room at the top of the team standings. Belgium move up into second, Italy move up into third, Switzerland drop out of the podium places. So, all to play for. Now we turn our attentions to Matteo Orlandi. And quality and time counting score for the Italian team. So, they've had 2 rails down, which is going to prove costly. But how costly? it will actually move Italy back below Switzerland. So Switzerland were in second, went to fourth, now moved back up to third. All drama here. It's a real roller coaster of a final show jumping phase. Does mean that Belgium have a tiny bit of breathing space, but as we can see, anything can happen. Matteo, quality and time, it's lovely Irish bread. 49.7 was his score coming forwards. Really cannot afford to have another one down. The time is going to be very, very tight. So could be a time penalty as well. And the last goes. That is really frustrating for him. So the last fence goes, and a couple of time penalties, 0.8 time penalties to add for Matteo. And that will see him on a score of 62.5. So drops him outside of the top 10 as things stand. 12.8 in total for him. And the roller coaster continues because Italy now in fourth. Switzerland sits in third. And it is France, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy in terms of the team competition at the moment, because Italy actually now drop the score of Matteo and count the score of Fosco Girardi and Eufori, who we saw a little bit earlier on. Okay, now on to the Dutch roller coaster. What will happen next? The next chapter in the story. Merrill Blom, Holzman, Chinook are this such a talented 8-year-olds. We saw them brilliant top 10 finish as part of the Dutch team in Stragom that took the top spot on the podium there. They're on a score of 48.8, cannot afford a rail to hold their place individually. The Dutch team on 160.8. Spain 145.3, Italy 144.9, Switzerland 143.0. So over 3 fences behind the team above them, but who knows what can happen. That buffer just has grown slightly, middle part of the combination going. Merrill was absolutely delighted with this horse in the cross country yesterday. You could really see what it meant when she came through the finish. She's ridden a lot of very good horses, the likes of Rumour Has It, the likes of the Quizmaster. She's produced a lot of very good horses, but there's obviously something about this one that gives her a really, really good feeling. Recently welcomed a daughter as well. The water tray goes also. So 2 down at the moment for Chinokar and Merrill Blom Holzman. And the time is going to be pretty tight as well. 85 seconds the time allowed, so depending on the line that she takes to the last, she goes outside, which is going to cost her a couple of time penalties too. But she clears the final fence. So Merrill Blom Holzman will have a couple of rails, 3 rails in total to add, plus a few time penalties, 62.4. That drops her again outside of the top 10. 1.6 time penalties for her. Now we turn our attentions to the next of the Spanish combinations. Let's just remind ourselves, team competition, France 115.5, yet to see their 3 counting scores jump. Belgium 133.3, the same, yet to see their team scores count. Switzerland 143.0, they've got one of their scores locked in. They're in third. Italy 144.9, one of their scores locked in. Spain 145.3, again, one of their scores locked in. Now, Spain have already moved up 1 place on the team standings with Gavino Gonzalez's brilliant clear round. Now it is Gonzalo Blasco-Botin, 47.6. A clear round from him would absolutely put the pressure on. Middle part of the combination, the first part of the combination goes. but gets away with it throughout the rest of the combination. So often you see in a treble combination, if the first part goes, another part follows, but not the case here. So that just gives Italy a tiny bit of breathing room. And that gives them even more breathing room, unfortunately. So Gonzalo Blasco-Bottant on 8 penalties at the moment. Time looks okay-ish. Can't rest on his laurels, but could get home inside. And I think the first part of that combination went too. So 12 jumping. The last as well, that is really frustrating. And Gonzalo Blasco-Bottant will be ruining those 4 fences down. 16 to add. 63.6, drops outside the top 10 individually. And we've got just 16 combinations left to come forwards here. Marlango de Pomers 4 down in the jumping. So team competition, that sees Spain drop below Italy. And actually probably more within touching distance of the Netherlands now to think about potentially moving up. Still a few fences in it, but France, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy, Spain on the team standings. Now, this is an important round for Italy because they are only 1.9, beg your pardon, behind Switzerland. So, Evelina Bertoli, Quick Joe, lived up to their names yesterday. One of the quicker times cross country, 9.6 penalties. What can they do in the show jumping? Clear round would really put the pressure on Switzerland for an Italian podium finish here. Evelina Bertoli, 46.4, her score coming forwards to the show jumping. She's been a big part of the Italian team effort in the Nations Cup series so far. Italy sitting in 3rd on 310 points. And actually, depending on where the Netherlands finish, they could move ahead of the Netherlands in the overall standings here. Evelina already had one very, very good round in this arena this morning because she won the 3-star short format with her top horse, Fiji de Malaise, who one would imagine will see as her partner for those European Championships, but who knows? Oh, did that go? Yes, it did. So, one pole has gone. Switzerland can breathe a little bit easier. Oh, just got the last inside the time. Frustrating fence down for Evelina Bertoli, but 4 faults isn't a disaster. 50.4 is her score. So it drops her 1 place on the leaderboard. She goes behind Felix Vogt KN, stays ahead of Janneke Boonskaya and I'm Special N. So only drops her 1 place, 50.4. And it actually sees the team standings remain unchanged. Switzerland still have 2 of their horses to show jump. And they've got a fence in hand now ahead of Italy to keep a podium position. But Belgium have got 2 fences in hand ahead of Switzerland, and they still have 3 riders to show jump. So, first of their riders, Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer. Hooni Darville, 45.7 in 15th position, coming forward to the show jumping. Pressure on Belgium. 12.4 time penalties yesterday for this combination. This mare, who was homebred by... Oh, the first goes. Okay. So that will drop her 1 place on the individual standings. Keeps Belgium still in 2nd at the moment. So Belgium 137.3. Switzerland 143.0. So she can have 1 more and they can stay ahead of Switzerland, but She's still got 2 of her teammates left to show jump. She had a super round a little bit earlier on with Formidable 62. She's already had 1 go at this course, just for the 4 faults. And you can see she's not hanging around. She's very aware of that time allowed of 85 seconds. Ooh, lived a little dangerously, just the last to go. 1 pole down would be a solid round for the Belgian team. Oh, the last goes as well. Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer looks over her shoulder. You can just see the slight disbelief there. 53.7. So it is 8 jumping penalties added to the score of Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer and 8 added to the score of Belgium, who hold on to silver spot at the moment, but only just. Do not now have a fence ahead of Switzerland, who currently sit in 3rd. This is absolutely going to go down to the wire. The breathing room for the French trio has grown a little bit more. Now it is the turn of Thibaut Champel, Caristo de Belfont for the French as an individual combination. This is absolutely a nail-biting conclusion. The Nations Cup Series in 2023 has given us so many incredible stories, and we're seeing another one play out here this weekend. Thibaut Champel now, Caristo de Belfont, 45.6, competing as an individual, so his score won't affect the French team. He needs to jump clear to hold his position. He's in 14th at the moment. Oh, and he's already had a rail, so will drop below Felix Vogue KN, stays ahead of Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe. He's really upped the pace, but another rail has gone. So expensive rails in the show jumping. 3 down as he comes to the last. The last goes as well as it has gone so often today. 16 jumping penalties to add for Thibaut Champel. And Caristo de Belfont, 61.6, drops him down to 13th at the moment. Doesn't affect the French score, remember, because competing as an individual. Still yet to see the 3 scores for the French team. Maxime Livio, Christopher Cease, Raphael Cochet, all inside the top 10 individually, and we're running in reverse order of merit. So, Esteban Benitez Vaya and Ascara GP next to come forward. There's an 11-year-old by quarterback, owned by Barbel Janivka, 45.5, beg your pardon. Their starting score. Can't afford a rail to hold their position individually. Now, what about the Spanish team? Because Spain on 161.3 in 5th. They've got a bit of breathing room ahead of the Netherlands in 6th. Italy ahead of them 148.9 in 4th. So if he can jump clear, then it actually puts them within 3 rails of Italy. Oh, the last part of the combination went. I was looking at the first 2 thinking, oh, maybe, but they both stayed. The luck ran out at the final part. This horse looked absolutely sensational in the cross-country yesterday. 13.6 time penalties, but otherwise a really, really good round. And 13.6 was not a slow round yesterday at all. Mike Etherington-Smith, the cross-country course designer here, had certainly set a real test. And it should be said that Sylvain Rossier, the show jumping course designer, has done also. Just the one to go, coming home on 4 faults. A lovely clear of the last. So 4 to add for Esteban Benitez Villa and Flora Ascara GP. 49.5 his score. Let's see what it does to the team scores. It drops him just below Felix Vogue and KN. So 49.5, he will be likely to move, I would imagine, up into the top 10. He's pretty close to it. Now, it is an important round for the Belgian team. Julian Versgisvos and Florin 06, 44.9. Belgium do not have a fence in hand ahead of Switzerland. Switzerland still do have 2 of their riders left to jump. Belgium, also 2 of their riders left to jump, including Julian. So, Julian, can he jump a clear round? He was brilliant, particularly in the first phase. Was second for a good while after dressage, ended up 4th going into the cross country. 16.4 time penalties, had a short holdout on the cross country. 44.9 his score here. Needs to jump clear to keep Belgium in second. So a good distance to the third. You can really see he's set out like he means business. That time allowed of 85 seconds has been really influential here. And you've got to commit from the early part of the course because you do not want to be chasing the clock. Later on, all the middle part of the combination goes. And the last part, right. Switzerland move up into second. Belgium drop out of the podium position at the moment. He needs to leave the rest of the fences up. So, now this is starting to get quite expensive for the Belgian team. They've got a score of 69.2. They don't want to have to be relying on that. So, 3 down at the moment. Julian Versgisvos and Florin 06 to the final fence. This is a big fence for Belgium. Time is going to possibly just catch him. Oh, nope, just sneaks inside. Okay, so Belgium drop down into 4th. They jump out of the podium positions. It sees them on a score of 153.3. It's been enough distance of Italy and Switzerland, if I'm honest. Italy have only got 1 rider left to jump, but Switzerland have got 2. You could see slight duck of his head, disappointment, but he's not the only one to have picked up plenty of show jumping penalties today, and plenty more have had more than 12. It has certainly been a day of influence in the show jumping. So now we turn our attentions to a combination competing as individuals for Switzerland. The winner here 12 months ago, that was with Grandeur de la Ligue. Now comes forward with Global DHI, 44.6 his score. Robin Godel. Right, can have a rail and still hold his position. He was 11th coming into the show jumping. Has a rail in hand ahead of teammate Felix Vogue. KN, who leads the way at the moment. Currently sitting in third in the Swiss National Championships on 44.6. Robin, winner of the last two Swiss National Championship titles here in Avenches, 2021 and 2022. Global DHI, a horse produced by Brian Morrison, has both the global and the DHI of DHI event horses and global event horses in the horse's name. Two of the real powerhouses in equestrian sports. And my goodness, I don't want to speak too soon, but this horse can jump. So, down the final three fences. Robin Godel, will he be about to give us clear round number 4? The clock is okay. It's going to be pretty tight. Doesn't want to take too much for pull to the last, but he clears the last. And actually, that just costs him 0.4 of a time penalty. Still a very, very nice clear round. Global DHI will be no worse than 11th with Robin Godel. He's got a podium in the Swiss National Championships for sure. And we still have Nadia Minder and Felix Vogue left to go. There we have it, 45.0 confirmation of his score. And Global DHI, Robin Godel sits 11th at worst. I would be pretty confident saying that they'll move up inside the top 10. Okay, now it is the final Italian team rider. So Italy, 148.9 in third at the moment. They're within 2 rails of Switzerland in second, and they've got a rail in hand over Belgium in fourth. Susanna Bordoni, Imperial Vanta Holtakers, 43.3. She can have 1 pole down and guarantee Italy, oh my goodness me, guarantee Italy a podium finish. It's like stumble on landing there. Just got to regroup. Luckily, did have a bit of distance before the 4th fence to be able just to get her rhythm back. Susanna Bordoni, one of Italy's most experienced riders. She's ridden under pressure a time or two before. And Imperial Vanta Holtakers, one of their most experienced horses as well. She came into the show jumping in 10th place individually. Italy would dearly, dearly love to pick up big Nations Cup points here this weekend. They've only had 1 podium finish this season. That was in their season opener in Montelibretti. She comes to the last. And she clears it. Susanna Bordoni guarantees Italy a podium finish here in Avenches. What a clear round. What a performance in this final phase. 45.0 is the score of Global DHI Robin Godel. 43.3, there we go. Susanna Bordoni and Imperial Vanta Holtakers, top 10 individual finish for them guaranteed. And it means Italy are guaranteed to be 3rd or better on the podium because all of their riders have jumped and they're 3rd at worst. They're well in touch with the Swiss team, actually, who've still got 2 riders left to go and have only got 1 fence in hand. So at the moment, it is France, Switzerland, Italy, Belgium. France yet to see any of their riders jump, and they have got a good bit of a buffer, it should be said. Now it is the final Belgian team combination. Vuta de Clean, 42.7. So, 42.7. The Belgian team are 153.3. Just off the podium as things stand at the moment. Vuta has 2 fences in hand to guarantee 4th for Belgium. However, if he jumps clear, then they'll be within 3 fences of Switzerland, who still have 2 riders left to go. Quintera. Oh, the middle part of the combination goes. And the last part as well. Well, that is really, really frustrating. .7 is the score at the moment. It keeps Belgium, as things stand, in that fourth place spot. Cannot afford another one. If they have another one, they'll drop below Spain, who are locked in on 165.3. So, economical line down to that combination. He's aware of the clock. He's got to clear the last. If he clears the last, Belgium will be fourth at worst. The last stays, and the time's okay. So Belgium will be locked in on 161.3. Spain are locked in on 165.3. Belgium in fourth, just off the podium. It would be the first time this season that they've not had a podium finish. It means that all eyes will turn to the final few riders, because the placings have still got to play out here, and we've still got all three French counting scores to jump. This is the first of them. Maxime Livio, and a really, really exciting horse for the future for him in Joël, comes forward on 41.6. Maxime, a 5-star winner, had that wonderful partnership with Cloudamer in 8th place coming forward. 41.6 his score. Joël, just a 9-year-old, stepping up to the level for the first time. Maxime, a great producer of young horses. Actually had a top 10 finish in Kentucky a little bit earlier on this year with Caruso Bois Maratin. And Joël, so far, doing everything right here this weekend. Oh, the 8th goes, so. And the 9th. The French, oh, my goodness me, it's rather falling apart a little bit down that line. 3 in a row down. The French are on 127.5 now, so they've still got a bit of a buffer, but they've still got 2 riders left to go. And they wouldn't want to be counting the score of Mathieu Lemoine, Flamenco de Taille, because that would drop them down the leaderboard. So, 3 down for Maxime Livio and Joël, rather out of nowhere. They were jumping the most beautiful clear round, and it just goes to show how things can change. It drops him some 7 or 8 places on the leaderboard. He goes into 9th at the moment, in fact, so 53.6 is his score. We've still got 6 horses left to show jump, 2 of them for Team France. Team France 127.5. They're still well ahead of Switzerland on 143. So they've got 3 fences in hand across their final 2 riders. And of course, Switzerland still have 2 of their riders left to go as well. Right, now the lady who has won 2 Nations Cup legs herself this year, won Montelebretti on DSP Fighting Line, won Stragom with Van Helsing P, now comes forward with Cupido P. It is Leah Siegel. Leah on a score of 41.5. Was in 7th coming forward to the show jumping, but could take over the clubhouse leaderboard with a clear round. Cannot afford a rail to stay ahead of Imperial Vanta Holtakers and Susanna Bordoni, who lead the way from those who have jumped. Austria, this is a counting score for them, but down in 7th, not able to challenge anybody ahead of them in the show jumping. Their position very much held overnight. Another to just take the front rail of the Oxford 8 is going away from the in-gate. The water tray comes up really quickly, and actually another goes for her as well. So 2 rails down at this stage for Cupido P, and that drops her. Would keep her inside the top 10 actually. Another starts to prove much more expensive, but at the moment just drops her some 4 places on the leaderboard. Time's going to be pretty tight, but she clears the last, and 0.4 of a time penalty to add. Leah Siegel, Cupido P, 8.4 in total, 49.9 is her total. She goes 5th on the leaderboard. So just 5 more combinations left to show jump here in Avenches, and it is all to play for, because the team standings at the moment: France, Switzerland, Italy. Italy in 3rd and Belgium in 4th and Spain in 5th are all locked in. France and Switzerland both have 2 riders left to show jump. Now though, we turn our attention to Hector Payne and Dynasty. Hector, who finished as 2nd best of the British riders in Aachen with this horse, had just 1 rail down in the show jumping there. Jumped a brilliant round on his way to a podium finish at Les Etoiles de Pau last year in the 5-star. Knows this horse unbelievably well. And you can see he's not hanging around either. It wouldn't have been a week that the British team would have totally expected. They were down to 3 members of the team even before the start of the competition. And Hector, the only one jumping on the final day. So purely now as an individual. And this could really see him in the mix here. Hector Payne, Dynasty, 41.2. Cannot afford a rail to stay ahead of Susanna Bordoni. If he is clear, and the time looks good, if he is clear, he will be 5th or better. Big moment for Hector Payne, Dynasty, as he comes to the last. And he clears it well. We'll wait for official confirmation. Don't like to speak too soon, but he is absolutely delighted with that, and so he should be. 41.2, 5th at worst for Great Britain's Hector Payne and Dynasty. And that is clear round number 5. It has been a really, really tough show jumping track set by Sylvain Rossier. Only the 5 clear rounds, but my goodness, Hector Payne and Dynasty jumped out of their skin. So 41.2 is the clubhouse leader. That is Hector Payne and Dynasty. Now it is down to the team competition. How is this going to play out? Because we've got 2 riders to jump for Switzerland, 2 riders to jump for France. The first of those, Top Jobs Jalisco, Nadia Minder. Switzerland on 143.0. Italy locked in on 148.9. She can afford 1 pole down, cannot afford 2 for Switzerland to stay ahead of Italy. Top Jobs Jalisco also jumping here for a tilt at the Swiss national title. Nadia currently in 2nd behind teammate Felix Vogue. Deo de Lucien, who leads that class. 39.3, can't afford a rail to stay ahead of Hector Payne. Oh, my goodness, Top Jobs Jalisco jumping out of his skin there. Rather rode their luck at both of those oxes, but they both stayed. Really careful, this horse. So, the first part of the combination goes. So, Switzerland can hold their position, but it puts the pressure on Felix Vogue. Hector Payne moves up into 4th at worst. Nadia Minder finishes on 43.3. So 43.3 for Najaminda, drops her 1 place on the leaderboard, goes into second behind Hector Payne and Dynasty, who creep ever closer to the podium. In terms of the team competition, France 127.5, Switzerland 147.0. Felix Vogue has to jump clear to keep them ahead of Italy, who are locked in on 148.9. Now, France, they have 4 fencers in hand across 2 riders ahead of Switzerland to take the top spot in the Nations Cup this weekend. Here is Christopher Zeisse, Totem de Bressy, 16 years of age now, Totem de Bressy, who would be pretty experienced, been 4th individually at a European Championships at Le Moulin back in 2019. That is confirmation of how the team standings look at the moment. Both France have 2 riders left to go. Switzerland has 1 rider left to jump. Italy locked in, guaranteed a podium position. That's how the individual standings look. 41.2 for Hector Payne. Christopher Zeisse, if he has a rail down, will guarantee Hector Payne a podium finish. Cannot afford a pole to hold his position. This is a horse who jumped 2 brilliant rounds of show jumping at the Olympic Games in Tokyo to take 7th place individually. And so far, so good. He's on a score of 37.5. Could be on the podium individually, as well as seeing France on the podium as well here. Just the last to go. The time is absolutely fine. Christopher Zeisse, Totem de Bressy, one of the most experienced combinations in the world, show every bit of their class. But the first part of the combination did go, and so Hector Payne, Dynasty, move up into 3rd. 1 pole down for Christopher Zeisse, Totem de Bressy. 41.5 sees him go into 2nd. And that means Hector Payne will be 3rd at worst. Totem de Bressy, Christopher Zeisse will be 4th at worst. Still a very, very good round from them. It was the first part of the final combination that went. And just the 4 penalties to add. Now, his teammate, Raphael Cochet, can he seal the deal for a French win here in Avenches? 36.5. Can afford to have a pole down and stay ahead of Hector Payne. Can afford to have 3 down to stay ahead of Switzerland. In fact, quick mental maths. Yep, of 3 down, can't afford 4 down to stay ahead of Switzerland, who still have 1 rider left to go. So, Raphael Cochet, Difta du Vary. 10-year-old mare by Herald 3, owned by Raphael alongside Élevage de la Louvière. 36.4 the score they come forward on. Down to the final 2 to show jump here in Avenches. It has been an absolute roller coaster, and it is not over yet. France been in the driving seat from the dressage. This was a combination well in the mix after the first phase. 31.2 saw them 8th after dressage. They moved up with one of the fastest rounds of the day cross country yesterday. So far, so good. Oh, the planks have gone. So he holds his position. He gives Robin Godet, Felix Vogue even, a little bit of breathing room at the top of the table. Just waiting that those planks did go. They haven't gone onto his scoreboard. They definitely fell, but I just wonder if that was the wind. They haven't been awarded on the live scores. There we go. 40.4 have been added on. So Raphael Cochet comes to the final fence and he clears it. So France guaranteed the win here. A brilliant, brilliant performance from the French team in all three phases. There he gets confirmation. France, who have been so good in the Nations Cup series this year. They've only actually fielded teams in 3 legs, but they've won all 3 of them, and they're on top of the podium here in Avenches, reversing their second place to Switzerland last year. Big celebrations from the French team. And it was actually the first part of the combination that's been given as 4 faults for Raphael Cochet. So perhaps the wind struck again. Difter de Very, though, guaranteed to be second or better here. Now, the turn of Felix Vogue, who took the Swiss national title here back in 2020. That was with Calero. He can do the same again here, and he can also guarantee Switzerland a podium finish. He's got to jump clear for Switzerland to stay ahead of Italy. If he has a rail, Switzerland drop to 3rd. He does, however, have 1 pole in hand ahead of Raphael Cochet and Difter de Very. So what can he do? Deo de Lucien, only a 10-year-old. Really exciting horse for the future for Felix, who is a 5-star winner. Been a big part of Team Switzerland over the last few years. 32.6 coming forward. Question is, can he hold on to the top spot? Can Switzerland secure the team silver? It's been an emotional roller coaster for their team so far today. He cannot afford a pole down for Switzerland to end up in 2nd. Ooh, got him very close to the water tray and it went. So now the pressure is on. Felix Vogue, he at the moment still holds on to the top spot individually. Italy move up into 2nd, into the silver medal position. Big series points for Italy here. Felix Vogue comes down to the final fence for both the individual title and the Swiss national title. And oh my goodness me, he didn't get the stride he would have wanted. And that, unfortunately, means that he loses the win as well, because it will be Raphael Cochet on top of the individual podium. Difter de Very wins. The final fence goes. I think it is still good enough to see Felix crowned as the Swiss national champion. Yes, it is. He wins that class, wins that title. But my goodness, drama through to the very final fence here in Avenches. And my goodness me, Deo de Lucien, you could see Felix just didn't get the stride he would have wanted, and he asked the horse for a long one. Deo de Lucien just chipped in, and the last went as well. But my goodness me, a roller coaster of a week, and here it is, confirmation. France take the top spot, 135.5. They get themselves another 100 points in terms of the Nations Cup standings as well. But they win here in Avenches, their 3rd win of the series so far this year. Winners in Chatsworth and Harada Jardy as well. Italy take 2nd, matching their 2nd place in Montelabretti. That will move them up onto 400 points. And Switzerland take 3rd on the leaderboard. Will get another 80 to their total. This is confirmation of the individual standings. Raphael Cochet, Difter de Very snatch the win from Felix Vogue. Deo de Lucien, 40.6 in 2nd. Hector Payne, brilliant with Dynasty in the jumping phases, 41.2 in 3rd. A little bit further on down the leaderboard, Lara de Liederkerke Myers, formidable 62, sits inside the top 20. Definitely one to watch for the future, as is Global Fairly Flashy, and Sana de Jong also securing a top 25 finish. Then you've got the likes of Elodie Sortenay finishing inside the top 30. And Andreas Riedel-Grenenstown completing on his debut for the Austrian Nations Cup team, 111.3. So what does that do in terms of the Nations Cup league standings? Well, by some very, very quick mental maths, it actually sees that Belgium on 510 points, ahead of Italy, who will move ahead of the Netherlands with 400 points. And the Netherlands, they had 325 coming into the competition. They add 55 to that. So 370 sees them in third at the moment. That is some very, very rough figures, so do check the official scoreboards. But at the moment, Belgium still out in front in terms of the overall standings. Italy, though, their second place here has made sure that they leapfrog the Netherlands, and move into second in the overall standings. What a brilliant weekend of sport. We've had everything we could have asked for here in Avenches, including some rather unfortunate windy conditions in the show jumping phase. We do hope that you've enjoyed all of the coverage. It has been a French flag on top of the podium in the team competition all weekend, and they've secured their third team victory of the year with a win here in leg 6 of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup in Switzerland in Avenches. Then Italy in second, Switzerland in third on their home Nations Cup event. The win, though, in the individual competition goes to Raphael Cochet ahead of Felix Vogue, Hector Payne for Great Britain, completing the podium. It has been a brilliant weekend of sport. We do hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Lots more coming your way over the coming months. Don't forget the FEI Eventing European Championships coming up very, very quickly. We've got Nations Cup events in Bromont, in Arville, in Belgium, and finally the series finale in Buccolo. Lots to look forward to. It has been a French weekend here in Avenches, but we hope that you'll join us for plenty more to come over the coming months. Thank you very much for tuning in.